How did I end up here? Wrong question. I began here. Right here on this planet. Was it hard to be born as someone else's alter? Not for me. A scientist must never deny reality, however uncomfortable. So, why did I stay behind when the others left? Because something I found here disturbed my mental clarity. The Oasis. Teeming with life in the middle of a barren, uninhabitable planet. How does it survive? What undiscovered laws of nature protect it from the lethal sunrise? I sensed that solving this mystery could open up a whole new chapter in the history of science. Thus, I made it my life's work. So, if you are reading this, well, frankly, I don't care. One thing I've learned is that recognition is overrated. Knowledge is the ultimate pursuit. Well, now the only thing left to do is go to sleep and wait for a new cycle to begin. And with it, answers. Oh my, that was a long sleep. I don't think I've slept that hard in... Oh. Hello?
Hello?
Who are you, and what did I miss?
Nothing. You missed nothing, boy. You have just been born. Everything you remember is only in your head. But I expect it's nothing you can't handle.
Forgive me if your expectations aren't my first priority. Let me process the situation according to my methods. I simply never thought I'd go through all this again. But, I'm not going through it again, am I? This is my first time. Yes, I am beginning to understand it now. You're the person whose memories I have in my head, and now that you're too old to go on, you created me. It's what I would do. Relax, you can trust me. I'm just like you. No need to protect me from the hard truth.
What did you just say?
Never mind, just tell me what you found out. I'll pick up from there.
You? No, I don't think I can do this. But I have to. Oh no. Time is so scarce.
Are you okay?
The quantum.
Yes, I know, the quantum computer created me. Oh, hang on. We actually have a quantum computer? Well, now you're talking.
The comms room.
Really? There's a comms room, too. Does this mean you have contact with Earth? Are you sure you don't need anything? A glass of water, perhaps?
Talk to him. But please
Yes? What?
be better.
You have got to be kidding me. He said, talk to him. Him. I wonder who he was talking about. It might be sensible to examine my circumstances thoroughly. Where should I start? Hello. We are talking, which means that I am dead and everything went as planned. My name is Jan, and I am an accumulated artificial model of your predecessor's mind, a so-called AAM-OIPM. But you can call me Janbot. Oh, clever. Thank you. Before we start the briefing, let's establish an adequate working relationship. I will be your source of information and virtual assistant. Your role will be to pick up your predecessor's research where it left off. Please confirm your willingness to accept this arrangement. I confirm. Excellent. Let's move on to the briefing without further ado. Your precursor, whose mind records served to train my neural system, paved the way for you with some groundbreaking research. One of the fundamental findings was that He managed to calculate the parameters of the planet's cycle. And 2 phases of the cycle can be distinguished. A cold phase, when humans can be active on the planet, and a hot phase, when the surface is too hot for anything to survive. The hot phase, when activity above the ground is impossible, lasts for the equivalent of 13 Earth years. 13 years of waiting? Yes. Every hot cycle needs to be spent underground. Supplies have to be secured for that time, energy to power the base. Now you understand how little time He had to devote to the Oasis itself. Every time a discovery was on the horizon, the sun came and destroyed everything. And after every hot cycle, He emerged onto the surface older, weaker, body and mind deteriorating from radiation exposure. That's when He realized it was time to turn to the most risky scenario. Create a successor. And here I am. Very perceptive. Do you have any questions regarding your position? Remind me how things work on this planet? As you might remember from your quantum simulated memories, this planet is not easy to explore. Unpredictable topography, nighttime radiation, hostile anomalies, all of which require specialist equipment and energy. Those, in turn, depend upon securing resources, which are scarce and oftentimes difficult to access. Right, I know that. Then there's the sun, the deadly one. Every cycle, when the proximity between planet and star reaches a critical value, everything on the surface turns to ash. Does my answer satisfy your curiosity, or would you like to know more? How did you build a quantum computer all on your own? The quantum computer in your base is built from parts and materials salvaged at different stages of his sojourn on this planet. They have been meticulously handpicked and modified by our ingenious mind in a decade-long process to arrive with the adequate hardware. This makeshift yet sophisticated structure could then serve as a chassis for the corporate software retrieved from the tour vehicle left behind by the Dali mission, thus creating an operational quantum computer. Ally Corp software. Interesting. I'm pleased you found my answer satisfactory. Would you like to conclude the briefing, or do you have any more questions? I'm ready to get to work. Excellent. Let's start with protecting you from the mistakes of your predecessor. He managed to create blueprints for a cryosleep chamber for your base. Build it, and you will be able to extend your stay on this planet by a significant, if not infinite, amount of time. Did you say infinite? Yes, but please remember I can make mistakes. Huh. Wait, why didn't he build a cryosleep chamber for himself? He could have avoided aging and wouldn't have to create me whatsoever. Sometimes the right answers only come to us after a fair share of errors. At the time, it seemed to me that going to sleep for 13 years would be a waste of time and energy which could be devoted to underground research and learning. By the time he realized we might not make it, it was too late. Researching the cryosleep chamber so that it was adapted to the conditions of an underground base was in itself challenging and time-consuming. So when it was ready, he was so old that there was no point in hibernating such a frail and unreliable body. Right? Let's just get on with it. Good. Take a look around the base, go outside, and locate the necessary resources. Once you've got your bearings, get to work on that cryosleep chamber so we can plan your next steps.
Than I remember. I wonder what happened to it, or to my memories. Whatever this means, I should prioritize securing fundamental resources. That's what it feels like to destroy an anomaly. I wonder if Jan held any records I could break.
So much work needs to be done. I'd be much more efficient if there were more of me.
Either I have a skilled builder in me, or setting up infrastructure is not so hard. I see we have a source of nutrition provided. Good. Huh. The QC looks different than I remember. Oh, strange. It seems I don't have access. Unbelievable. The fundamental module in the base is malfunctioning. Finally, the right person in the right place. Hey, Yanbot. What can I do for you today? It's about the QC. It's blocked. Do you have access to it? Ah, I see. So you decided to do it. Alter yourself. Are you sure this is a good idea? I'd like to hear your opinion. Altering could cause unwanted complications. You have memories of what happened during the Dolly mission. Tension between conflicting characters in the group. Emotions getting in the way of rational decision-making. Accidents, injuries, including self-inflicted ones, episodes of paranoia, incidents of base demolition. All this could cause more damage than good. Unforgettable memories indeed, even if they're not exactly mine. Yes, which makes me think that revisiting all those facts... One element in the equation has changed. The core awareness person in charge. Yes, this could be your chance. Wait, you're trying to say I can do it differently? Correct. Adopt a discrepant approach. I am analyzing incongruencies as we speak. Jan the Builder wasn't a skilled professional in anything. You, Jan the Scientist, on the other hand, possess extensive knowledge in many fields. Does that inspire any paths of reasoning for you? Of course. I just need to create more of myself. Good idea, but it might be impossible. The quantum computer will not allow you to do that. Remember, it is based on Ally Corp software, and they followed a strict, no exact replica policy. So, what now? You will need to reprogram the QC to set up a new branching procedure. The downside is that it will be time-consuming. The upside, that you can adjust the procedure to your individual needs. Creating branching points as close to the original me as possible. No petty differences of character, complete mutual understanding, harmonious cooperation, and a lack of any emotional nonsense whatsoever. It looks like we might have a potential direction. Do you think you're more ready to make an informed decision about altering than before? What about the Rapidium-induced illness? I have memories of having to find a cure to keep us alive. If I create my alters, won't they be affected too? Am I not affected? A very rational inquiry. You must know that your predecessor prepared meticulously for your creation. That's why it took me, him, so much time. One of the core elements of this undertaking was preventing the illness. Based on his experience from the Dolly mission, he have devised a chemical compound which could be injected into your body right at the moment of initiating the DNA replication process. The mechanism has been incorporated into the womb module so that the compound is distributed automatically. In other words, your longevity, as well as the longevity of any potential alter you might create, is estimated as comparable to that of a human being born on Earth. Does that clear your doubts? Yes, I'll take it from here. I must say this has been a very satisfactory conversation, judging by the amount of energy I have consumed.
Predecessor's whiteboard. I should take a look at it. Right. Let's see what the old man managed to find out. The theory of continuity, our original concept about the Oasis being reborn. But he wrote that it's wrong. Oasis is not reborn, but never gets destroyed. Hey, Yarnbot. Ah, you again. How may I help? I took a look around, and I have some questions.
Ask away.
I discovered my precursor's whiteboard. The theory of continuity, why did he abandon it?
The theory of continuity was abandoned because it was wrong. As you might remember from your duplicated memories, the core assumption was that the Oasis dies with every cycle and is then reborn in a more advanced state of evolution. As it turned out, this assumption was made without any empirical data, and it was false. How extremely sloppy of me, him.
Hey, don't be so harsh on us. It felt like the perfect explanation at the time. At least that's how I remember it.
Believe me, this is not a harsh reaction. You should have been there when he found out how wrong we were.
What did you find out eventually?
The Oasis isn't reborn with every cycle. It doesn't need to be, because it never gets destroyed.
What? But the sun...
The sun doesn't burn it. Something is protecting it.
Wait, are you telling me a part of the planet is capable of resisting the immense thermal radiation of the rising sun? How is that scientifically possible?
It's mind-blowing, but apparently it has to be. And that is the mystery you have been created to solve. Your life's purpose, if you will.
Why does the planet look different than I remember? Did you move the bunker, or is my mind playing tricks on me?
Insightful observation. Don't worry, your senses are not deceiving you. The bunker is exactly where it was. However, everything else isn't. Shortly after the rescue ship departed, the planet underwent a significant cataclysm.
You mean an earthquake?
More like a gravitational rearrangement of tectonic plates, to be precise. It most certainly had something to do with the destruction of the Prism Barrier by your predecessor's team.
Huh. How interesting. So, through all these years, did no vessel arrive from Earth again?
No, and no one has made contact.
Don't you find it strange? After finding out there's so much rupidium here, you'd expect the corporation to send another mining mission.
Who knows what's going on back there? What the long-term repercussions of bringing rupidium to Earth were.
It seems my predecessor didn't get very far with his research. How do you recommend I go about the next steps?
Asking me for a recommendation is a good idea. Here's what I suggest. Clap your hands, turn around 3 times, and touch your ear with your elbow.
Excuse me?
My apologies. I should have warned you about my condition.
Your condition?
Yes. You must know that I have been trained on samples from various stages of my prototype's life. Sometimes my algorithms make accidental use of linguistic patterns from the absurdist phase.
The absurdist phase.
It's a long story. Would you like to hear it?
Tell me.
At some point in life on this planet, he experimented with cognitive enhancers, improving focus and mental capacity.
Nootropics. Really?
They turned out to have some unforeseen side effects.
Let me guess. Talking nonsense?
Pure nonsense. It was a thought-provoking experiment. However, I don't recommend recreating it.
I think I've heard enough.
Good. Back to the main topic then. Your further steps. Now that you know the theory of continuity is wrong, you will need a new direction for the research. The first task would be to formulate a solid hypothesis. Next, you should collect any significant data that could help validate, falsify the hypothesis, and perform adequate statistical tests.
Sounds like advice I could give myself.
Indeed. Thank you. The whiteboard will help you collect your thoughts and findings. Your predecessor found it a very useful tool. Now that you know where he left off, you can clear it and kick off your own process.
Fine. If that's all you have for me, back to the whiteboard then. The best way to do something properly is to rebuild it from the foundation. advisor. How interesting. reason I'm here. Hello there. Easy now, no need to rush it. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, surprising, but hey, also exciting. Tell me there's more of us. Have we maybe evolved somehow, like the Oasis does? Do we have X-ray vision? New toys? A rubidium-fueled buggy? No, wait. I know. Jetpacks. Please, tell me we have jetpacks. Are you all right? You're making me think the distributor might have given you the wrong meds. The meds? True. Yeah. I was wondering why I felt so lethargic. This is you being lethargic? Don't worry, I'll be back to normal in no time. Man, I can't wait to get my hands on your mission logs. Actually, I prefer to call it project documentation. Just to make sure, what is your field of study? I'm a geologist. Why was the mineral always happy? Because it found its niche. Get it? I think I have the perfect niche for you. Really? What? Mining. I don't know. Experimenting is more my thing. Right. You know what? Let's give you time to adapt and come back to this conversation later. The sooner the better.
enough samples. I should head back and take a closer look at them.
Hello there. Yes, you are seeing correctly. And you're connecting the dots right now. No. What? You're not who I think you are. This is not what I think it is.
I'm afraid it is. But no. Well, I remember staying on the planet, going to sleep in the bunker. Don't worry, it's those meds. They're slowing down your thinking. You'll catch on when they wear off. You don't have to be patronizing. I know what's going on. I'm your alter. I can see that. The reason I find it hard to accept is that it just doesn't make any sense. I'm the one who made a real career. I'm globally recognized. People actually stopped on the street to take a photo with me, queued for my autograph. Surely this is a mistake. The QC made a mistake. Did it? Let's see. Why don't we start with a simple question? Apart from being a celebrity, what is your field of study? Optics. But I was always more of an astrophysicist at heart. Oh, good. Then we have something in common. Finally, everything is interconnected. But whoever you think you are, you're not out nerding me. Because I am the most versatile and savvy version of myself that could ever exist. And I just need a good engineer. That's going to have to be enough for you. I'm sure if you read the project documentation with that ingenious mind of yours, you'll grasp the essentials of your role here. Oh, I'll read it. But be prepared to have your preconceptions challenged. The algae have a crystal atomic structure, almost like shards. Wait a minute. I think I'm on the brink of formulating a hypothesis. Oh, I wonder what Yambot would have to say about it. Hey, Yambot. I've come up with a working hypothesis I'd like to share. Remember when we talked about the prism barrier having some correlation with the ecosystem here? Let me guess. You think it might be playing a role in protecting the Oasis, too. The structure of the samples I collected seemed to resemble the shards that were scattered on the planet after our landing. And they contain crystallized rubidium. Interesting hypothesis. But it has a flaw. Tell me, the prism barrier doesn't protect the planet from the sun. True. That's why I'm wondering if there is anything unique to the atomic structure of rubidium present in the Oasis. Some kind of quality to its framework that turns it into a special material. A metamaterial. How about we call it the metamaterial hypothesis? Huh. Creative. Thank you. However, your hypothesis is founded on a vast amount of theoretical guessing with very little empirical data. It's more than you've ever come up with. Bold statement. Would you like me to provide evidence against it? I could start with breaking down the process of designing and constructing the QC from scratch. Okay. I got it. Let's focus on the samples and what they can tell us. This calls for a SAM. And when you say SAM, you mean a highly specialized sample analyzer module. Of course. Based on a much more innovative and versatile approach to examining specimens than Ally Corp would ever care to finance. Your predecessor almost built it at one point, but he, got so consumed with designing it that he, forgot about providing fuel for the base. It meant spending the last 5 years of the hot cycle in extreme energy saving mode. I can't stop wondering, how is it possible that through all these years, he made such inconsiderable progress? Of course, I understand that he had to create all those tools from scratch and that his life conditions weren't exactly advantageous. Still, it seems unbelievable that he would abandon so completely the main reason why he stayed on this planet, researching the Oasis itself. As the aforementioned example proves, he didn't abandon it. He simply struggled with many more obstacles than you have to deal with, paving the way for you, just like he did with the SAM design. How do I go about building it? The blueprints are almost ready. All they need are a few finishing strokes. You should be able to find them in the lab. Time to get to work then. I must make one request before you go. What is it? Let me know what you find when you process the samples in the SAM. It's groundbreaking technology, and for better or worse, my neurological patterns were involved in creating it. They have a right to know what came of it. I'll see where it gets me. Thank you.
Mission functionality manual.
So, have you read the project documentation? Oh, yeah, I started to, but then I got distracted. It's really long and, well, hey, don't be offended, a little boring. I don't care what you think about it. It's a simple task, just do it. Aren't you even a little bit curious about what distracted me? Do I have to know? Hey, the elevators. We could turn them into drop towers to simulate zero gravity conditions. What for? What do you mean, what for? Because it'll be sick. Why else? How visionary. Did you by any chance take the time to estimate the cost of this project? Because my rough calculation points to around 50 years of making nothing more than elevators. How the hell did you end up so puffed up? Puffed up? Me? You have got to be kidding me. I'm your benchmark personality. I should be asking you how you ended up treating science as a diversion. Oh, simple. Now, I never stopped enjoying it. Looks like you did, benchmark personality, huh? My dissertation was a banger. Then came the money. Travel opportunities, cool, fun people to work with. I don't blame you for envying me. Actually, I'd say it's more pity than envy. Things just went too smoothly for you. Yeah, you think I'm spoiled. Did you consider that maybe things went smoothly for me because of who I am? Really? And who are you? The enfant terrible of science. And you know what? I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. Because from the looks of it, well, I'm the only spontaneous person around here. Sometimes I regret our parents didn't call us Lee. I could be known as Spontaneously. Get it? This project requires discipline. You're going to have to adapt. Oh, so scary. Wake me up when the real fun starts.
The quantum navigation system is a state-of-the-art route planning solution designed.
It ain't so bad, right?
To the safer evacuation.
So, have you read the project documentation? I thought you'd never ask. Well, here's the good news. In terms of content, it's not complete nonsense. But as far as the style is concerned, the turn of phrase, wording, narrative, likeness, it's embarrassingly inapproachable. I hate to say it, but you'd never get this junk published. Well, that's good to hear, because it's a serious project, not pop science. Besides, you don't genuinely think we can count on an audience in the near future? Short-sighted, limited, unimaginative thinking. Science is not just facts and figures. It's worthless if it doesn't resonate with the general public. It is our duty to open up to that universal need to understand the world in synergy, the inconceivable, hand in hand with common knowledge. Believe me when I tell you, narrow specialization is a trap. You can't understand everything about everything. I can, and so could you if you wanted to. Did you know our brain absorbs over 1 megabyte of information per second? And that a vast amount of that data results in instant decisions made by our body? Think about it. Our subconsciousness deciding for us. I am familiar with fast thinking, thank you. But do you understand what it really means? Our brain listens to those subtle impulses of the body. Heart rate, sweating, instant memories, and associations gathered in the course of experience. In other words, intuition. You can't ignore it, just as you can't ignore the human factor in science. Are you a scientist or a storyteller? Huh. Is there a difference, I ask? Look around you. Science is everywhere. Let me show you something. Imagine this is us here, and this is science. All we need to do is bend our perception of it, and bingo. Impressive, right? What is? Ending up in the same place we were? No, realizing that something that seems so far away from our field of study can be so close, so relevant. You do realize that's not what this demonstration is about? I know what I'm doing. Contrary to most of us around here, I've decided to make it my mission to make sure our work is as accessible and interdisciplinary as possible. You'll thank me later. Hi there.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
Hi there. You wanted to discuss something? Yes, I have got an idea. Well, plenty of ideas, but there is one thing I would love to bounce off you immediately. That's what I'm here for. Let's hear it. Okay, listen to this. We know that the surface of the planet undergoes dozens of unique processes that must influence its geological structure. One of them is the formation of the Oasis, a thing you're looking into yourself. Truly fascinating. But I'm curious about something else. Anomalies. Go on. Well, we don't really know much about them. We've established how each of them can affect us and how we can neutralize them. But what about the planet, huh? Surely anomalies must affect the geological matter they interact with. That's a sensible assumption. I don't need much. A small workplace, one evening, and a piece of rock harvested from a specific non-neutralized static anomaly. I marked them on the map for you. Wait, what do you mean by non-neutralized? I need the sample to be as pure as possible. Uncontaminated by the illuminator's radiation or whatever residue a destroyed anomaly leaves behind. So you want me to run into it and waste an anomaly shield? If that's what you prefer. Or you could just take the radiation surge. It's not that strong. Come on. It's just one evening. We can always abandon the project. I do it all the time. I have to admit, you've sparked my curiosity. Let's give it a try. Awesome. Hey, you'll see. We are going to uncover something spectacular.
To the Saber evacuation.
I should break down those results on the whiteboard. Yambad is going to start bouncing off the walls when he hears this. Hey, Yambad. I built a SAM, and it worked.
Amazing. Did you know that, I once met a girl named Sam. She told me that she was a fan. I wrote her an ode. It made her feet cold. And that was the last I saw Sam. I'm so sorry. Absurdist phase attack. You never know when it's going to hit.
Let's
talk about my results, shall we?
The sooner the better.
My analysis has revealed that there must be an underground vein of rupidium beneath the Oasis. But it's not pure rupidium. My intuition pointing to it having a different quality was correct.
And when you say different quality, you mean?
It seems it reacts with the substance coming from those peculiar geysers on the surface.
The geysers. That's interesting. I should be able to provide you with a chemical formula of the geyser water.
Great. That could speed things up significantly.
Excellent progress, Jan. He knew that a SAM would prove essential to this project. Any thoughts on next priorities?
I'd like to examine how this rupidium mix works exactly. Can it fertilize any part of the planet? Or does the Oasis require other special conditions?
You could start by trying to develop this substance yourself.
Yes, it will require designing some new infrastructure elements. I think I already have ideas.
You'll also need to find a way to store it in the base safely.
Naturally. Well, I'd better get to work at once then.
Good luck. Don't forget to let me know about the results. I'm so excited, Jan. I wouldn't even mind saying something absurd right now. But nothing's coming to me when needed. Oh well, over and out.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
You wanted to talk? Did you know that before becoming a globally acclaimed science communicator, I dabbled in robotics somewhat? Of course, that's why I created you. Well, in that case, surely you must be impatient to put those unparalleled skills of mine to the best possible use. Just get to the point, please. Au point. Naturellement. Let me ask you a question. When it comes to the efficiency of human-operated technology, which should be the deciding element? Human competence or machine performance? A competent human operator is essential to make the best decisions. But what if the human is tired, sick, distracted? Here, let me show you something. Imagine this is an adequately designed, properly maintained mining outpost. And this is the competent professional responsible for operating it. Now, what do you think this means? The competent professional falls under the outpost, causing a very unfortunate accident. I don't think you've been paying attention. Focus. It means that the advantages of the two can be combined, creating a new, unique quality. As in a profound relationship where 1 and 1 do not simply equal 2. The same applies to robotics. The perfect machine is the one that can absorb the attributes of its human operator without the need for any intervention. It's almost like mind reading, but without the necessity for the mind to be present. What exactly are you suggesting? A next-generation smart mining outpost equipped with an autonomous decision-making system independent of the individual operator's skills. You mean speeding up mining even if it's assigned to someone who's never seen a drill outside of a blueprint? What are you trying to imply? I like it. What do you need to make it happen? I'm glad you asked. Because there is actually one little piece missing from this puzzle. The smart autonomous decision-making system I designed in the days of my humble robotic career was part of an ambitious commercial project. And it so happened that all the documentation was kept by my assistant. You mean you don't remember it? Of course I don't remember it. It was a big company and my role was to conceive ideas, incubate solutions. My assistant was there to nurture them and, well, make sure that the numbers add up. To put it bluntly, she took care of the less intellectually demanding mundane elements of running an R&D lab. Separating theory from practice like that doesn't sound like an interdisciplinary approach. Well, even I couldn't be everywhere at once. Eventually, it became an issue for Kathy. She couldn't accept the fact that I played the leading role in our department. She was simply jealous of my ideas. And now we will have to talk to her. No, we won't. If Kathy is the result of a quantum simulation that exists only in your memories, then it's only fair to assume that everything she knows should be in your head too. Oh, you know perfectly well it doesn't work that way. A quantum reality is perceived by our brain in exactly the same way as any other one, through relations and recognition. The QC has my mind records, and it's already created a model like Yanbot. What could be easier than recreating a model of Kathy's mind for us? Okay, I suppose it could work. Let's try it and see where it takes us. Fantastic. Just let me get that tiny piece of information from Kathy, and I promise to turn our mining infrastructure to gold.
I've prepared that research station you wanted. Perfect. Looks like I have all the tools I need. Where are you going to set it up? Oh, I'll just seize an empty corridor. A corridor? Sure, if that's what you want. One more thing. I'm still waiting for that sample in case you forgot. I didn't forget.
To the sailor evacuation. Sailor evacuation function.
I'm on a roll today.
Detected the evacuation.
Well, the geologist better use that sample properly. I'm not walking into another anomaly for him. There's nothing more for me to do here. I want to switch my attention to this. Looks like we're running out of storage space.
pleasant day, isn't it?
Evacuation functioning.
I never understood the point of speaking about the same thing for years. Ideas get refined when you share them with others. That's why conferences are so exciting.
I got your anomaly sample.
Awesome.
Oh, I bet harvesting it was exciting, huh? That's one way to put it. Make it worth my while, okay? I promise I will.
To the saber evacuated. Saber evacuation functionality. Workshop module on the base.
bit of storage space.
You look hurt. What happened? I got too much radiation exposure. Hurts like hell. Why don't you get some rest? You've been working your ass off. I won't say no to that. Thanks. Just make sure we have the radiation barrier on, okay? We need radiation filters to heal.
Disable evacuation functionality.
Let's keep busy. It ain't so bad, right? You wanted to talk about your research? Yes, sir. I analyzed the structure of the rock you brought me and compared it to control samples. The results were astonishing. The static anomaly seems to act as a neutron source, producing a new type of radionuclide. Luckily for us, it seems that their radioactive decay is reasonably slow and they do not undergo spontaneous fission. Meaning we don't have to feel threatened, as long as we don't mess with them too much. Of course, assessing how much is too much is a separate issue. I usually prefer to test it in practice. Okay, I trust your judgment. You seem to have made significant progress in a single evening. Well, discovering a new nuclide is one thing. Uncovering possible uses of it is another. And there could be plenty of them. Many entirely risk-free. Like advanced geological analyses for mining, or nuclear medicine. Huh. Oh. Okay. You convinced me. Perfect. Huh. That's definitely something to keep me going while working on less engaging things.
tried to draw your attention to something.
Let's keep busy. What is it? Did you make any progress on the potential uses of those radionuclides? Let me guess. As a geologist, you focused on ways to utilize it in underground scanning. Wow, looks like you're really into this. And here I was going to tell you that I kind of stopped being hyper about those isotopes.
In the case of such events, please refer to the SABA evacuation functionality to move the base.
Are you seriously giving up? A moment ago, you were rambling on about being on the verge of an incredible discovery. I can't believe you're already bored. I simply came to the conclusion that it's not worth the trouble, okay? Hey, but you know what's dope? Prism anomalies. Pardon me? I have a feeling that the area affected by the prism anomaly is somehow changed by the constant superposition. We could open up a whole new field of quantum geophysics. All I need is one little pure sample, and the prism anomaly isn't even radioactive. You in? Actually, that is interesting. I suppose it can't hurt to try. The prism is a fascinating phenomenon, after all. See? Our priorities align.
Evacuation functionality manual. The quantum navigation system.
Let's hope the geologist puts it to good use this time.
To the SABA evacuation.
I went for that prism anomaly sample. Huh, took your sweet time, didn't you? Excuse me? I'm just teasing you. I can't wait to start testing it.
To the SABA evacuation.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you know who you are?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. You seem familiar. Where exactly am I?
Nowhere, to be precise. Technically speaking, you do not exist. Your consciousness has been artificially generated in the memories of another version of me. We brought you to our reality because you possess knowledge which is valuable to us. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so, yes.
Really? You don't have any questions?
I have a multitude of questions. My database suggests that researching autonomously thinking machines has been one of my most important fields of study. I must have wondered many times whether those machines are capable of developing their own consciousness. Isn't it ironic that here I am, as one of them now? Do I have a consciousness of my own?
Huh.
provocative question. The very fact that you're posing it might well be proof that the answer is positive.
A cautious but reasonable answer. You're right. The matter is delicate. Thank you for your honest opinion. I will consider it a guideline for our future interactions. Now, what is it that you want from me?
You'd better talk to my alter.
The other version of you whose mind records serve as a foundation for my existence?
Yes. I couldn't have described it better myself. I'm sure once you see him, everything will fall into place.
Excellent. Thank you.
Believe it or not, I managed to bring your assistant to life. Kathy's awake and ready to talk to you. Really? Oh, well, that's great news. How do you find her? Maybe it's the interface, but she seems much smarter than the person you described. Her memory is unreliable at this point, but she's communicative, and I'm quite certain that talking to you will refresh her neural connections. Yes. Of course. I will talk to her. That was the point of the experiment. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, you know? I think I need to look through my notes and prepare properly. I'll talk to her when I'm ready to ask the right questions.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
So, did you talk to Kathy already? I did. Unfortunately. What the hell did you do to her? I have no idea what you're talking about. She's defective. Unable to utter a single sentence. Only mumbles nonsense. How do you expect me to work with something like that? I'll check what might be the matter. Good luck with that. Hello again.
Yes. Yes. Told you. The mapping system is... It's...
All right, stop right there. The physicist must be correct. You really are malfunctioning.
Oh. It's not you. I'm sorry. I thought it was him again.
No. I came to talk to you because the version of me that knew you told me he was having a hard time communicating with you. Care to share your perspective on the nature of the problem?
My perspective? Gosh. I'm not used to being asked that question. Not by anyone named Jan.
He and I are more different than you might expect. You'd think all that distinguishes us is our choice of scientific career. But it's incredible how a simple choice between academic and commercial science can change a person. Or maybe bring out the things they would never be aware of had they chosen a different direction.
No, you're not that different from him. You're simply not as obnoxious towards me. But that might be because you don't yet feel comfortable enough around me. A difference in nurture, not in nature.
Maybe I simply have better manners.
It looks like you'd lose them, had you entered a relationship with someone like me. It is how the branching works, isn't it? It doesn't demonstrate the future, but the present. A potential that is inside you, here and now.
That's a novel way to look at it. So, why exactly was my ALTERS so upset after talking to you?
Whatever he told you about our conversation, it's true. I became glitchy and useless, and my vocabulary made no sense. I consulted some sources in relationship psychology, and it looks like it's the effect he has on me. Possibly always had in our hypothetical life together, discrediting all I said, only expecting praise for his ideas, taking all the credit for everything we ever came up with together. Apparently, in my memories, he makes me feel so small, I just freeze. It's an involuntary response.
Interesting. And also absurd. You are a mental representation, a simulacrum. Even if all those stories of my altar being so nasty to you are imprinted on your persona, you shouldn't be incapable of performing your primary function. Sharing the information you possess.
Oh,
What?
nothing. It's just, I shouldn't. You sound like him.
I'm sorry. All right? You know what? This has been a very informative experiment. I'd better talk about what we've discovered here with my colleague. In the meantime, please try not to take all of this personally. What I mean is, I need to analyze what's happened here before I can draw any conclusions.
Yes, of course. Which makes me wonder, is taking things personally part of an algorithm, or something I can control? And what does personally really mean in my situation?
Did I tell you I dabbled in metamaterials myself back in the day? I checked on Kathy. Did you fix her? No? I figured you're the one who needs fixing here. So that's how you want to talk, huh? You really can't take it, can you? My superiority. Are insults all you have? Why don't you temper your ego for 1 minute and listen to what I have to say? A piece of advice from a sorry replica of a stray altar of a miserable builder stranded in space. How could I refuse? Please, what do you have to say? Kathy only gets blocked in your presence. She was perfectly communicative when I talked to her, but her core memories imply that you intimidate her. And even in the form of an algorithm, she must react accordingly. I don't need to listen to this crap. Did you know we were a couple once? But she couldn't handle being with someone like me. Did she tell you how jealous she was of me being the brains behind our inventions? How obsessive her reactions were whenever I was doing interviews? Why do you think it set her off like that? Because you put a great effort into making her doubt herself. You were afraid to let her shine lest people would notice that she's outsmarting you. You were the one jealous of her intelligence, and you had every right to be. Because after she left you, your department stopped being innovative. I told you I wasn't fit to be a manager. I was meant for greater things. Which is why, in order to mask your inadequacy, you became a celebrity. That's enough. I've had enough of your miserable attempts at trying to understand who I am and what I had to go through. You think you're so wise and all-knowing? Well, if you forgot, let me remind you that all you're looking down on is yourself. I'm freeing you of my intrusive company now. Go ahead and become best friends with fake Kathy for all I care.
If fuel shortages are detected, the evacuation procedure will be assessed as too risky, and the quantum computer will prohibit it.
I can return to my previous duty, if you'd like.
Hello, hello.
Safer evacuation functionality then. Depending on the circumstances,
You wanted to discuss something? I analyzed the prism rock, and it definitely opened a lot of doors, if not gates. I hoped to find the superposition of states of the rocks, decoherent branches, but instead, I encountered some sort of mirror particles, reflections of reflections of reflections. A quantum dispersion, let's call it. Interesting. What's your next step? Good question. There are so many possibilities. Maybe too many? Which should I tackle first?
alters the ship's surroundings, modifying its trajectory and setting it on course for the most probable location.
I like to start by developing a working theory. It will likely be wrong, but falsifying them is as exciting as proving them. And it will give you a sense of direction. Right. Yeah, that's very reasonable. And also quite complicated. How to apply the knowledge of a cosmomineralogist to matters so deeply connected to quantum astrophysics. This requires a lot of brainstorming. Honestly, I wish we had an R&D team that could help. Maybe I should postpone this little project, revisit it another time. You keep giving up so easily. Where is your persistence? All you need to do is go to a whiteboard and start writing. Sounds like a lot of tedious work to establish whether there's anything substantial to work with. And tedious work is not what I have based my career on. And my method is to try out a lot of things, see what has the best potential. So what now? Maybe revisit your radionuclides? Going back? No, that rarely does it for me. I'm all about progress. Hey, you know what could potentially be a huge leap forward? Research on the time anomaly. You've just admitted that the prism anomaly has overwhelmed you. What makes you think this one won't be even more difficult? Because I've realized it's within my area of expertise. See, it touches upon matters I've been thinking about a lot since I started dabbling in geology. Radiometric dating was what first drew me to this field, you see? You could say that's my favorite kind of dating, huh? Really? Listen, I know I haven't brought you anything tangible yet, but I have a great feeling about this one. Instinct. Remember? Think about it. Okay?
The following steps must be accounted for. Refueling the base.
I hope this wasn't wasting my time. I've already finished my work. Maybe I could be useful there.
Here you go. One time anomaly sample. Any idea how to use it? Plenty. I've already planned all the tests. Oh, this'll be huge. I just know it.
Now that I've secured the phased rubidium, I need to test if I can use it to transform a barren area of the planet. mind checking our food supply?
So, are you ready to share your research results? Is quartz ready to undergo inversion at 1063 Fahrenheit? That's 573 Celsius. Yes, it is. You are going to be so astonished by this. Just get to the point. So, remember when I told you how much I enjoyed radiometric dating back at university? I had a hunch that the time anomaly might slow the rate of decay in the formations affected by it, and at first I thought that's just it. I analyzed a sample, and its absolute age was younger than that of my control sample. But then, I spilled coffee on my notes, and I wasn't sure what the exact numbers of my first dating were, so I decided to repeat it. And the absolute age of the sample was distinctly younger than I remembered. You could have misremembered, of course. That's why I repeated it a few more times throughout the next day. Listen, Jan. That anomaly doesn't seem to slow time for minerals. It rewinds it. That's not possible. I was inside one a few days ago. I definitely don't feel any younger. Maybe your exposure to it was too short. Maybe its de-aging effect commences after a few days, a week, a year. Maybe it only affects rocks. Come on. You know very well that dismissing a thesis at such an early stage when there's so many pieces missing is highly unprofessional. The foundations are there. Now I need to dive deeper. What are you thinking? Like I said, I already tested my hypothesis on minerals. I like to go one step further and try to apply the effect on a human being. Myself, of course. It's too dangerous. You are a geologist, remember? What if you hurt yourself? You could die. That's a bit dramatic. We don't even have an infirmary. I'll be fine. We walk through time anomalies all the time. Pun intended. Besides, so many great inventions would never come to be if people were afraid to take risks. Are you planning to talk me out of it? First, tell me more about the experiment. Sure, I've been thinking about isolating the isotope that's linked to the rewinding effect and exposing myself to it through stimulated emission. Radiation. I see. And how are you planning to control the dose? I'll estimate the safe range and likely repeat the experiment a few times before being affected. Unless you want to join me and be responsible for the length of the exposure. Listen to what you're saying. You want to bombard yourself with unknown isotopes in a very basic lab. It really is too risky. That's never stopped me before. Listen, I know you're worried, but I am doing this. And once I'm finished, better have a bottle of champagne in the fridge because we will want to celebrate.
Good day.
Damn it. Did I just lose a man to a stupid experiment? His vitals are terrible. He might not make it.
Where could he go? He'd probably choose a dramatic scenery, but not too far. The Rocky Valley. It sounds like a suit alarm, but it's not mine. me die. Here, let's get you back to the base. So worthless.
I thought you died. Incredible, isn't it? Looks like the isotope restored me to my state from before the moment it killed me, which proves that the time anomaly really affects the absolute age of matter, both organic and inorganic, and that it does so by means of quantum time travel. Which makes me a time traveler, possibly the first one ever. Oh, and maybe also an extraordinarily intelligent zombie. That's potentially impressive. Potentially. Come on. It is impressive. You have to admit it's a breakthrough. We have to repeat the experiment. Make sure those isotopes really have the qualities you attribute to them. Repeat it? No, that would be excessive. I've already achieved what I wanted, experienced something nobody else has before. That's the quintessence of science, at least for me. Always push forward, never step twice in the same river. Looks like you have it all figured out. Listen, I know my philosophy isn't strictly academic, but I've long decided that I don't need to prove myself to anyone, myself included. I just want my work to be fun and satisfying, and that's enough for me, but it's clearly not for you. So what kind of a scientist does that make me in your eyes? I guess your own kind. You had a successful career, which proves there is a place for specialists like you. Eager beavers that thrive in chaos. Yeah, I like that. Although beavers aren't much into stones, maybe an otter would represent me better. Hey, did you know that they have a pouch for their favorite little rock? You are digressing again. Does that conclude your research into anomalies? Yeah, I believe so. My curiosity has been satisfied, at least for now, and I'm ready to focus on new tasks.
To the Saber evacuation zone.
So, are you back to your usual self? I suppose that's your fashion of asking me how I feel. Well, I've had plenty of time to think things through. I just want to hear that you're ready to get back to work and we can put everything behind us.
I am, but before I move on, I need to ask a favor of you. You see, the human mind remains restless until it finds meaning in the chaos of reality. In other words, I need to know that all this wasn't for nothing. You're not saying you want to continue your project, I hope. No, I want to finish it. Find closure.
I see. It's about you again. allow me to point out that tormenting Kathy will not give you or her any kind of closure. I say you forget about the whole thing and never talk to her again. For the good of everyone involved.
You really don't understand, do you?
I don't want to talk to her.
Of course, I know she's the smarter one. I always did.
But it wasn't trivial jealousy that made me act the way I did toward her.
I simply couldn't live with that thought because if she was smarter, it meant that I wasn't good enough. Don't pretend you don't know how terrifying that feels for us.
I do. But I grew up and stopped comparing myself to others.
Well, apparently you didn't grow out of demonstrating your superiority to others.
Look, I know Kathy is a simulacrum, but now that we've managed to intersect the tangents of our separate quantum realities, she is part of your life too. Please, before we move on, my request is that you tell her that I'm sorry. After that, you can tell her all those hurtful things you said to me about becoming a caricature of a celebrity instead of facing the truth about her genius and my shortcomings. It's the shameful truth. I intimidated her on purpose. Like a proper bully. Of course, unblocking her creativity will benefit you too. I am pretty sure she can help you more than I ever will. You of all people know best how much I don't like saying it. Maybe I was wrong about your shortcomings. You and Kathy are equally valuable. What was that you told me before about a perfect relationship? 1 and 1 simply do not equal 2, but create a new, unique quality. I meant it in regards to robotics, but now that you put it in this context, I suppose it applies just as well. Yes. And continuing on that expert note, I must say that a closure does seem like an important element of this process. But it won't be me who talks to Kathy. You are going to do it. Otherwise, your change of heart won't mean anything to her. I know that much about feelings, even if they belong to algorithms.
Yeah, you're right. I have to do it.
I think I just needed someone to tell me that.
Wish me luck, my friend.
I'd like to draw your attention to something.
I can't wait to hear about your conversation with Kathy. Did you apologize?
I did. Somehow. I have to say it was a bizarre feeling. Very new to me. I suppose you don't know it either. Anyway, I think I didn't do so bad for a rookie.
So, what's your key takeaway?
Well, as I like to say, take a look at this. Oh no, please, not this again. I was kidding, okay? Kathy loved it when I did that, by the way.
I can imagine. What about your project? Did she help you remember?
Oh, remember, recalculate, improve. It's her invention, really. Elegant and powerful. Looks like I got the smartest girl on the block. Says a lot about me, doesn't it?
You're not falling in love with her again, are you?
What?
Really, thoughtless infatuation is beneath me. You know that. Hey, Yambot. Hello there. What can I do for you on this beautiful day? Do you know what happened to Kathy? Kathy? I don't think I have any knowledge of any Kathy.
Right. Of course. Never mind.
Good. You too.
I'm on a roll today.
to look around and find the perfect location for my terraform to work. This looks like a good place to build a terraformer. I hereby declare the terraforming process initiated. All I can do now is wait and see if the next cycle brings any effects. Easy. Want me to go there now? Jan, would you mind checking our food supply?
What a lovely... What a lovely...
nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this?
Good day.
All finito here. Should I switch to this?
We're running out of storage space.
Yamba told me you don't have a PhD. Is that true?
Yanbot is an expert on the technical side of this project, but he is totally at sea when it comes to nuances.
Hi there.
My word. It's breathtaking. I should look for some samples to analyze in the base. Curious. The roots here have grown into the rock structure. The wall looks more vulnerable now. Maybe I could take advantage of that. There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? Oh, that should be enough. Let's see what the Sam makes of them.
So, our neighboring valley has turned into a region teeming with life. Yes, it's amazing. And it survived the sunrise just like the Oasis. I can see that you prefer the hands-on approach rather than just observing your subject. It's not a matter of preference, but of necessity. We need a more radical approach if we want to get significantly further than my predecessor. Of course, spectacular results is what we need. Let's just hope our intrusion doesn't disturb any delicate equilibrium we are not yet aware of. Did you see what happened to our neighboring valley? Amazing! Total transformation. We could actually turn this planet into a new Earth and populate it with a colony. What do you think? As far as it is from the scope of our project, it is a tempting vision. Just imagine little kids running around here, shooting anomalies with their toy illuminators. Children are so creative. On second thoughts, maybe let's put this idea in the for later folder.
All finito here. Should I switch to this?
It ain't so bad, right?
Interesting. I can use the SAM analysis to improve project efficiency. It's time to share my progress with Yanbot.
Hey, Yanbot. What can I do for you?
I managed to relay our rubidium mix to a new area, and it worked. The whole region transformed into a completely new landscape, teeming with vegetation.
That is a truly revolutionary discovery.
Oh, it's just a first step.
Obviously. And how is your altering project going?
Not exactly what I expected. Why do you ask?
Well, it's clear you're going to have to take your research to the next level. Examine what goes on exactly during Event Zero.
Event Zero? You mean after the sun rises?
Correct. Now that you know how to secure a biome from the sun, you can establish a research facility in one. This would allow you to examine the phenomenon from inside with proper tools and instruments. But most of all, designate an eyewitness who could observe everything as it happens.
Looks like I'll need to set up this research facility as soon as possible.
Sounds logical.
Is that the old Seba base? Huh. What an extraordinary hiding place you found. The Allied warp technology is not so easy to destroy. There we go. A whole new area to explore. There's nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this? Terraformer spot. My scanner is displaying analysis results.
Let's keep busy.
It ain't so bad, right?
All finito here. Should I switch to this?
So, let me get this straight. You bailed out at the first signs of trouble. I don't like waiting, and a position in cosmomineralogy was there for the taking. I must admit, I've never seen such a large amount of mold. I know, it's actually impressive and incredibly disgusting. I hope we don't develop any respiratory issues. I'm tempted to test it. What if we accidentally grew the next, more advanced penicillin? No, come on, now that's too crazy even for me. Please schedule fixing it before we're too sick for real adventures. Hi there. What's going on? You're in trouble, boss. Come again? We've sat together and analyzed your leadership. We came to the conclusion that, well, you're not doing so great. What is this? Are you trying to threaten me with a rebellion? Exactly. Ah, great. Yeah, I figured you might remember doing the same thing to the original Yandolski. I've sent our demands to your logs. Do not delay meeting them, please. We'd hate to do anything radical.
already finished my work. Maybe I could be useful there.
In 1977, the Voyager 1 space probe was sent to deep space. On board was a golden record containing sounds and images showcasing.
Quite relatable, this one, wasn't it?
I'm on a roll today.
I've already finished my work, and maybe I could be useful there.
Hello, hello.
Joe here. Should I switch to this? It's all up to you now, dear colleague. I'll be anxiously awaiting your findings.
Can you see me?
I could see you.
And? Any thoughts?
Why me?
Oh, so you already understand your position. That was quick.
Do you have an answer for me?
I needed someone as intelligent as me, but with a different angle. Tell me, what is your field of study?
Microfluids.
Oh, you're a man of few words, I see. I couldn't agree more. The project documentation has all the information you need. Read it, make yourself comfortable in the base, and stand by for further instructions.
I don't think you got this right. I don't take instructions.
Yes. Right. I guess I assumed harmonious cooperation was a core element of my identity when I hit the altering button, and I never feel comfortable about being wrong. So, I hope we can put this little misunderstanding behind us once the meds wear off and make a new start.
Just show me the lab.
All done here. Should I do this now?
So annoying.
Assembling files complete.
What is going on in the research lab? I'd like to know myself. Looks like I'm a victim of the most irritating malfunction. So irritating, in fact, that I suspect I'm being pranked. Don't overthink it. It's just a glitch. It's easy to say so when you're not the one listening to crude invectives all the time. I'd appreciate if you scheduled repairs soon. On top of being annoying, the computer deleted my file. So much great work gone to waste. Looks like you weren't pranked after all. What do you mean? Are you referring to the malfunction that deleted my research? You didn't seriously think that ass message was intentional. Never mind. I'm glad those technical issues are behind us. Me too. Work is so much more pleasant in a professional environment.
All done here. Should I do this now? I've already finished my work, then maybe I can be useful there. Nothing more for me to do here. Want me to switch my attention to this?